Hey folks, how's it going? It's been a few days, been a couple of interesting days. Um, I'll let everybody know about it, but we are currently in Vandalia, Illinois, and we are getting ready to walk down to the State House here on this windy but beautiful Saturday. And I do believe we're going that way. Yes, we are. Down to, yeah, we're going to go to the right. Yeah. So Gypsy and I are gonna walk down. It's about 2.5 miles to the State House. We're here at the Walmart.
Hey, look, I like this Walmart. Go on, they actually have truck parking.
They actually have truck parking out front. That's correct. So some reflection on some things. I'm trying to see exactly what it is that we need to do to get people to notice us.
There's a cry of freedom sweeping around the world today. And here we have it all, life and liberty. Still we give the dream away. No more can we afford to stand around, set inside our ways. Wake up in the USA. Wake up in the USA.
Story himself, and he's been right by our side from day one in this. he's seen the emotional roller coaster that this journey has been.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Senators, for hearing us today. My name is Ron Coleman. I'm from Reno, Nevada. I own a small trucking company, or at least I will until next week, maybe. Who knows how far that goes.
Yeah.
But my daughter said to me before I left, Dad, you can't afford to do this with everything that's come over the last 2 years. And I looked at her and I said, I can't afford not to do this.
Yeah.
This has been an emotional roller coaster that you cannot imagine, you can't even put words to. And in reality, it comes down to some things very much like this. This note wrapped around a cookie from a family. If I may, I'll read this. Dear trucker, I admire your courage and your determination in doing this. I will support you in prayer for a victory over the sad oppression that is going on. Thank you for fighting for all of us. A mother of 3, God bless you. I have a box full of these letters. I have 4-year-old girls coming up, hugging me, and handing me crayon notes. We love you. Thank you for fighting for our future freedoms. In a crayon note. I tell them, I am just like the Pony Express of the days gone by. And I will collect your tears, I will collect your messages, I will collect your heart, and I will take it with me to Washington, D.C.
Help others when you can. Respect your fellow man. Can't you see the times are changing?
And I will deliver it. And that mission is partially complete for me personally. But I also tell them the truckers are the tip of the spear, and the body of the spear is the people. We are nothing without the people. So this isn't about the truckers.
When priorities are wrong, we've got to stand up strong and rearrange them.
We are awakening people all over this world. We are awakening, as Alan said, millions of people seeing their tears, hugs, to where I'm having to hold them from collapsing in sob. This is a movement that the people have brought forth that says our God-given rights have been trampled on from our Constitution. And he's right. Our Constitution and 56 very fine gentlemen sat in a room in Philadelphia and they pounded this out. They knew this day would come. This is why we have these writings. This is why we believe in these writings.
It's time that we wake up and see our freedom was never free. So wake up in the USA.
And moving forward, we want to make sure that every single American, and you're right, Senator Cruz, these people are coming and they're waking up.
Yep.
And,
Absolutely.
and when they awaken, they will not go back to sleep. And we're bringing them forward. And we were bringing them with us. And I say to them, call every single official that you can, every politician that you can, and let's start burning up these phone lines and letting them know, let Nancy Pelosi know that the power is in the people and we are coming.
Amen.
You know what you need to do. Don't give up, you gotta push on through.
Thank
First
you.
of all, God bless her for doing that. I can see you're compelled, and all of your stories here are compelling. What's going through my mind, I wish the press would have been here to see the entire thing. I think we should bring him in right now. I think we should,
So a chance for a little more
Oh, I'm
personal
sorry.
choice. Coleman.
Sorry,
Welcome.
hi. I drive a 1-ton truck, and apparently you cannot park it in downtown DC.
She's from your district.
I'm from West Texas, sir.
Awesome. Where?
Out in Midland. I own a hotshot trucking company in the oil fields.
Fantastic.
So I came up here with, I'm keeping my guys working down there, and came up here and brought about 20 people from Texas from me.
Wonderful.
We tried to organize the state as best we could within 12 days. If you've never done grassroots, it's a wild ride.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd be here, to be honest. So I pretty much said, I can do oil field 24/7, or I could do this. It's real hard to do both.
I understand.
So this is just, everybody's here for the same reason, for our freedoms, for our children's freedoms, for the generations to come, their freedoms too.
Quit closing your eyes, pretending that you don't see.
And Texas is a wonderful state. I think it's harder for Texas because we stood up for our freedoms a lot sooner than a lot of other states. And I think it's just overpass of people. I think there's 15, a dozen overpasses that did not have people on it, from Texas all the way to here.
And if you think you'll just spectate, it's too late. We all live here together, from sea to shining sea.
That we are not, we're the majority. We may be the silent. We're not silent anymore.
Yeah.
We are not silent anymore. And people, you make eye contact with them, they're just like, thank you. Thank you for standing up for us. Thank you for being here for us. Thank you for watching over our children. They just say thank you. They're so grateful. And that's what we're all here for. We're here to do that, to stand for everybody's freedoms. Whatever side of the table you stand on, it's for your freedom too, whether we agree or disagree. It's okay. That's what makes this country beautiful. And that's what we stand for under that Constitution with each other.
This convoy has really shown the heart and soul of the United States and what we truly are about. And I really implore your colleagues to come down, you and your colleagues, to all come down on both sides of the aisle and meet with these drivers. There's so many stories like it, to meet with these people down there. Remember, it's not just truckers, it's people
everything.
from all over America that are down there. They come from every jurisdiction. I know of 30, 40, 50 of your own constituents that are in trucks. They flew in from Hawaii.
Rented RVs.
It's hard to drive a truck from Hawaii.
Right.
Yeah, I tried.
I know you want to bring the press in to, because it's times here. I want to just, we're to wrap it up. This really is a spiritual war, and we've awakened a lot of people across the country. We have a pandemic of unchecked power. That's what it is.
Yep.
And as soon as you put man's power above God's power, you know who wins. But we've got a pendulum that's swinging from woke to the Great Awakening, and there's nobody who's seen that more firsthand than the truckers who drove across the country to see this. And we don't have our freedoms. We're here because Americans will not have freedoms as long as emergency powers exist and continue to be abused. It's why we're here. We need our freedom back. We need accountability. We need investigations. We appreciate any help you can offer.
Absolutely.
Now there's a cry of freedom sweeping around the USA. No one can take the sunlight or the breeze. No one can turn our blue skies gray. Now everybody join together with me as I pray. Wake up in the USA. Wake up. In the USA. Wake up. You live in the USA.
Here in Vandalia, gonna Going to go down to the State House, the first Capitol building for the state of Illinois, where Lincoln served his first public office. So,
You're live.
yep, we're live now. Sounds good. All right, bye. So, I gotta let my earpiece charge, but hey, folks, just got a lot of technical issues just hit me all of a sudden. So, bear with me for another minute or so while we figure out. Come to find out, for some reason, my headset decided to die like that. This is not an episode of Ghostbusters, okay? So quit taking battery power. It's not cool. Had my phone that I'm trying to transmit on, I reset it. So I think I'm transmitting. I can't.
I can't hear anything.
Let me.
They see you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, they hear you.
Okay, good. Hey, success in small steps, right? So we are in Vandalia. Gypsy, Mr. T, myself. We understand there's going to be a visit from Mechanic Eric as well soon. But we're going to take this 2.5 mile walk on downtown here. And then Gypsy's going to do some recon work, and I'm going to walk back here. So we'll have 5 miles in for the day.
Well, he'll have 5. I'll have 24.
I'll have 5. He'll have another 1.5 miles. So I'm going to let this thing on my ear charge. So I'm not going to be able to hear any comments or anything because I can't hear my admin group. But if they're real important, they'll come through Gypsy. So in any case, we're going to do this 2.5 miles. This is an important place, and I don't know how many people are watching right now.
Yeah, Mama answers somebody.
So
You asked something. You asked.
I was asking people are online.
How many are we? How many got? 21 on the one.
Okay. On the one. So what we're gonna do, give a little talk about Vandalia, Illinois, and around the camera, and then hopefully I'll have some battery juice show up in this thing here. Hold on. We are fighting the wind.
I've got way the wrong set of headphones.
Okay, we'll let that charge.
Okay, well, hold on.
We'll let that charge. As you can see, it's pretty windy out here.
Discord.
What?
Not hearing you in Discord.
Can't hear me in Discord because this is charging.
All right, never mind. You got it.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
So we're gonna walk till this road turns into off, and then we are really fighting a lot here today. The wind is kicking.
That's the reason why the small flag ain't up there. The flag ain't snapping.
So you can see we're kind of getting smacked a little bit here and there. So we're going to walk on down here. I think it's Rudolph or Randolph or something like that. And then we're going to turn and we're going to go straight on into Vandalia from the Walmart parking lot. So in any case, hey, look. The other day, the last stream I did, I was heading on into St. Louis to do to have my shoulder looked at. We got in there, and all they would give me is an x-ray. And the strongest thing they would give me for pain was basically Tylenol. They did get me started on a cream and ointment. I'll hold this because I understand that the wind is really high. But they did start an ointment as well as prednisone to try and bring down inflammation in my shoulder. So, playing the bureaucracy with the VA administration to do this traveling and be a vet, to have the doctor turn around and say, well, just go home and get your shoulder looked at. How about you just be a doctor? Simple. Well, we don't do MRIs for traveling folks that are traveling vets unless it's head trauma. Okay, so what do we do now? That's when he says, well, go home and get your primary care physician to get you an MRI. Huh. Yeah, that's not happening. So we started the prednisone. We're going to continue on. We'll see if we can't get a hold of my primary. Got messages in to try and move a referral line. Find out what's going on with the shoulder. But things are looking up, and so far as freeing up the shoulder, giving it some heat.
Actually, West Main Street.
We came in this way, right? Okay. It's all right. So I hear sirens. At least it's not going to be like St. Louis. It looked like it was like a war zone this morning. It's like Gulf all over again. What the hell is going on at 2:50 in the morning? Must have been 70 rounds at least, huh?
At least.
And they were not that far from the parking lot.
Had to be within 300 yards.
Yeah, it was terrible. St. Louis is no joke. Anyway, not a single siren, nada. No screaming, no yelling. And it's like, well, can't wait to get out of this place. Keep my hand on the trigger and go back to sleep. So or at least try. So anyway, that's the case with the VA. Can't talk about next steps or steroid injections or any of that until we can get my primary care to answer my email. You can't even call primary care anymore. You got to go through a message board. So it's quite interesting working with the VA. So what about Vandalia? Vandalia was the very first capital of Illinois. In 1819, it was established, and it was the state capital until 1839. 1839. 1819 to 1839. And little tidbit, it was also the first politically held office of Abraham Lincoln. So, there was actually another building on the site that the state capitol building is on, the original one today, the State House. There was just a two-story wooden building when President Lincoln did his first term as state senator. And then, in his second term, he moved him over into what is this state house that's here today. So, The city of Vandalia, Illinois, is a very patriotic place. Very pro Abraham Lincoln. And seems like a good place to just walk down and see the State House. They're open until 5. Take a little walk through. I understand that they've got some images of Abraham in there. And for 3 days every year and third weekend in June, they, which kind of is conflicting with my ham radio field days, but I'd rather be able to find this. They hold a pre-1840s era shindig. It's kind of dress up in, like they used to in the old days. Hootenanny there. That's what Mona would say. It was a good old-fashioned hootenanny. So I came through here back in June as they were having that little hootenanny in Big Green. And I've always had an eye on this place. So Vandalia, Illinois is a historical place that people need to think about. We're doing some searching of what it is that we need to do for this walk. Between the admins, myself, Gypsy, Mr. T, supporters. What do we have to do differently in order to get people to start joining up and joining in? We have to do something. In the time I have down from the walking that I've been doing a lot of research, and I'm not happy with what I'm seeing. And I'm especially not happy with the fact that people around the world are protesting their governments and what it is that their governments are doing. But us Americans, we're just happy as little pigs in a blanket.
If you believe the media.
Yeah, you can blame the media, but you know what? That media is global, okay? The media bureaucracy that is the mockingbird planted media they got their problems around the globe. But the people and what the people do in these countries, look at what they're doing in Italy today. They're protesting. Look what they've been doing in Paris, France. They're protesting by the tens of thousands of people. Vandalia Police Department, by the tens of thousands of people, they're protesting. But not in America.
I find that hard to believe.
It is astonishing that we cannot get people in America to stand up and say, we've had enough. It is astonishing to me that we're sitting here with admitted monies coming out of our tax dollars paying for these drag queens to go in and show their tallywhackers off to our kids. Put on drag queen strip shows in front of our children to the point to where they're even giving money, the parents are giving money to their children to stuff down in the undergarments of these drag queens. Stay the hell away from our kids. This is the administration doing this. This is these woke sons of bitches. You know, you look at our White House, and it's a freak show. It's a freak show, all in the name of being woke and having unity with the trans culture. Last time I checked the Constitution, it had nothing to do with trans culture in the White House. I'm sorry. It's a freak show. You all do what the hell you want to do behind closed doors or in your own home, but you don't bring it and try and shove it down my throat. That's bullshit. Pure and simple. And leave our kids alone. But we have to do something about it. We can't just sit back and say, oh, everything's working fine. You know, it's like I saw a report today where the resident says that that the deficit is down by $1.4 trillion. Now, wait a minute. Since when was the deficit in the trillions in the first place? Okay. That's number one. And what is the deficit? Pretty much, you do a budget. You're either on target for that budget, under budget, or you're over budget. And when you're over budget, you have a budget deficit. So you're able to say that you were less, that you trimmed the deficit by 1 trillion. Then how much over budget were you? Just saying. Must mean that budget's a hell of a long way off target. So it's just a bunch of ghost numbers just to make them try and look good. We're sitting here about 17 days before the election. Is that pear? Whoa!
Don't know what shit's going there.
It's throwing stuff at us. The tree is mad.
Give me a minute.
It's some kind of.
Give me a minute. I'll look.
It doesn't look. It's the color of a pear.
Give me a minute. I'll look.
Apple? No, it doesn't look like apple. Some kind of peach.
No. No.
What is it?
Fucking walnut.
Oh, it's a big walnut.
That's a walnut.
Man, that's a that'll break your ankle. You step on that sucker, it's the size of an orange. Are you kidding me?
Walnut.
It's a walnut. Anyway. So we got to make some change in this country. And the only way that we're going to make change in this country is for us to unite and come together, just like our brothers and sisters in those other countries are doing. I'm out here. We've got the platform. Where the hell are you, people? Fill these streets, front, side to side, miles down the road, and trust me, things will happen. I can't promise they'll be good, but things will happen. So, that's what this is about. Trying to let you all know that we need to do like our brothers and sisters in the other countries are doing, but we need to do it at a much larger scale. Y'all don't have to walk every mile. We get the people out here, and Gypsy and I will walk every damn mile. We'll get every person we can out here. But we've been jumping because of the vast areas where we can't walk, and there ain't nobody to talk to. So, there ain't nobody to talk to. then why are we going to walk it? Point, simply and to the point. It's going to be like summer this weekend, dude. After we just went through
Oh yeah, I know. It feels
20
like it right
somethings.
now. Trust me, it feels like it right now. It's like, damn, it's really warm. I see that. I love that.
I love it too.
Considering
I guess I
know
better
what
turn
it
the camera
stands
around.
for. Again, because I know what it stands for.
So, show you what y'all. He must be an insurrectionist. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like a patriot to me.
Yeah, me too.
Not according to the FBI these days.
Yeah, well.
So we need to do a lot more than what we're doing. We're 17 days away from the most historic election in our history, not just our lifetimes. So what are we going to do about it? We've got to have people stand up and come together unknown cola spam, it says.
Those things are well timed. You notice that?
Yeah, they're very well timed.
Putting it out there.
So crazy. Well, this is the newer section of Vandalia. Then we're going to get into the older section of Vandalia.
The gypsy's gonna get really into the old section of Vandalia.
You can't get much older than the State House, dude. That was the first building out here.
No, but the way I'm taking back is the Veterans Highway walkway. So that way I can try to get some things along the walkway.
Yeah, so why does this thing keep tipping? Quit tipping.
It's the weight of the world.
Well, it's because we're heading uphill.
Yeah.
So it keeps trying to tip down. So out there at the Walmart, there's not a strong signal. So we had a lot of problems trying to get out of there. I'm going to see if I got enough charge to synchronize my phone here. Got it? Okay. Let me take this cord off. Put this cord on. And plug this cord in.
It's a nice warm day.
Yeah. All right, so that's charging. I'm gonna fold this up. Let's see, do I have Discord?
I don't hear you.
No, you don't?
I don't hear you. No.
Okay.
Believe me, if you would have, we would have had feedback.
No, not with this.
Oh, okay.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, Ron was asking if you guys heard him.
And the damn. And then this went into the low. Well, that's because my headset battery is telling me it's no good. Yeah, say it just died.
Yeah, he just died.
So,
His mic, his Discord mic thing isn't working. So I'm the one that's plugged in.
yeah. So I'm going to have to plug it in and charge it overnight, I guess.
Well, you're only gonna. Okay, well, you're still live on YouTube. So you know.
Yeah, I know I'm live on YouTube. It's my
Yeah, his Discord parrot isn't working.
my parrot's not working for some reason.
Down. No juice. No, caught that, right?
I don't know if the battery went dead or if the battery went kaput. Yeah, it's starting to get into the older buildings now of Vandalia. Yeah, it says Maine. Yeah. I think it was one more block over to Rudolph.
That way.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Main Street.
This is the main street. Let's take you right to it.
Yep. So
Breathe.
we have got, like I've been saying, we have 17 days left till the election. And they're doing anything and everything they can to cheat. Anything and everything. So, I mean, look at it now. There's been, I think, 3 instances in Maricopa County, Arizona, where they have accidentally, according to the officials, sent out ballots to people who shouldn't have received ballots, to Democrats only. And again today, by the Democrat side, for Democrats, registered Democrats that I believe aren't even American citizens. So it's like, the hell are you people doing? They're trying everything in their power to take over everything. The way we live, our vote, our most safe thing. It is the cornerstone of our democracy. Even though it's not a democracy, I get it. It's the cornerstone of our democracy, of our republic, our constitutional republic. To be able to vote who it is that we would like to have represent us. Okay? They're not doing a very damn good job of representing us, that's for sure. And the Democrats want all the marbles of the jar. They don't share any of those marbles. Look at that squirrel standing up there.
I thought I was seeing something. It was like, what the hell?
At first I thought it was a leaf blowing, and then all of a sudden I looked and hey, that's a squirrel.
It didn't move, nothing. It just...
Yeah.
And the statue?
They've got them wrapped in plastic so that
they haven't unwrapped them yet.
yeah, or they don't want them egged.
You're still going to aid sunlight.
See, lots of homes with flags. I love it. Even that Jayco's got a flag on it.
Yards.
He's got a Betsy Ross flag painting up there on the porch.
Yep.
What are they calling that? What's the FBI calling that now? Not insurrectionists. The flags represent something else.
Revolutionist, ideologist.
No. What? The FBI, dude. The FBI is saying it's the Don't Tread on Me, Malone LaBey, and Betsy Ross flags are signs of jeez, I'm gonna need help with it. Anarchist?
Yeah.
No, is that it?
That's
No,
what I
it's
was asking.
it's close. It's close, but I don't think that's it.
Insurrectionist.
No, it's not insurrectionist. Oh, I'm having a hard time today. I think it may be all that medication
See, I'm
they
getting
have
yelled
me
at by all
on.
the girls, domestic terrorism, madness something.
So, wow, there's a big truck. Do we have to be on that side of the river, or is it straight?
You're on Main. You're straight all the way.
Straight all the way? Okay. We're on Main Street, so we go. Ronnie Stevens for sheriff. Cool.
Because I got Suzanne in my ear too as well, and she's telling me where I gotta go. I finally discovered how to turn that app on.
Ah.
Remember, who wonder or not lost.
Yeah. So, I'm still trying to remember the word that it's on a list that they just put us on.
I don't know, I'm still tripping the fact that they wanted to put us on the domestic terror list when we were with
Yeah.
CPC.
Well, they already did that. They already did that.
Well, I know, but now we're on that watch list.
Yes.
When did you
So,
start to watch Patriots? Wait a minute, hold on, I have an issue.
patriotism actually 3 years ago, 4 years ago, they were considered, patriotism was considered a taboo, bad thing. Forget what it was. I did a definition look on it once, a couple years back.
Okay. So would that make me a patriotic constitutionalist?
No, constitutionalist, period.
Oh, okay.
To be a constitutionalist is to be a patriot.
Just trying to make sure we get the definitions right.
Yeah. I say screw their definitions.
Me too, but you know how this
Yeah.
cancer culture thing lately.
Screw them too.
Yeah, the only thing that you're allowed to talk about male and female about anymore is genetics.
You can't even really talk about that. Science says there's only two genders. I'd like to see these folks that say that there is no gender, or 37 different gender things. I think I saw this morning. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you go and try and milk a bull?
All I know is that
You just try. Somebody go out there and try and milk a bull for me. All right.
Take video. I want to see.
I want to see that. I want to be a fly in that corral. You bet.
But I remember going through my first biology class ever.
Yeah,
School.
yeah.
And I remember
More
them
than
telling
one
me there was
gender. It's
only
like,
3 biological
I'll tell you
types.
what, they get out there and they try to milk a bull. I just can't get this guy that put a video up. 75 days since I became a girl. And I haven't even had to open up my tampons yet. None of my feminine products that I've had to open up. Because nothing's had Barbie pouch. Are you kidding me? You're joking, right? This has got to be a satire channel. I mean, it's got to be. But no. Do you know that guy was actually invited to go to the White House yesterday?
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Went to the White House. Inclusivity. That's what I'm talking. Yeah, it's scary, man. What's happening at the White House? It's scary. Yeah, it's almost like, you know what? It's like we have to forget that 100 square miles is there. We need to put an embargo around it, shut off communications to it, and start our country elsewhere. And say, you know what? You don't represent our country anymore. That little 100 square miles, you guys can keep that for whatever the hell you want to do. We'll treat it like that movie, Escape from New York. Escape from New York, where they just
Escape from Manhattan.
And Escape from Manhattan, yeah. You know, just
Kurt Russell was very good.
Yeah, that was a Kurt Russell movie. That's what we need to do. We just need to block it all off and say,
Okay.
that's it.
This
is your 100 square miles. Deal with it as you will. But it does not represent the people anymore. Never really did, but that's another story.
Almost kind of reminds you of Hunger Games.
It does, doesn't it? District 4, District 6.
It almost kind of reminds you of the Hunger Games.
Yeah.
It didn't work
President
well
Snow. Yeah. Or Rose. It was Rose?
No.
Snow.
Snow.
It was. It was President Snow. But his favorite flower was the rose. That's what. Yeah.
That was played by Oliver.
But it does. Anyway. It does remind you of it. And what's interesting is the lead character, the lead gal there, Jennifer, what's her name?
Lawrence.
Jennifer Lawrence was like all set to have freedom for that. But boy, I'll tell you what, she's as blue as they come. And she's like, she doesn't want the same thing that she was in the movies for the United States. How dare we? It's crazy.
They're actors.
I know it.
They're actors.
And what's the definition of an actor? Is a paid liar?
Yep.
Yeah. So, that's what they're paid liars.
At least a man be judged by his actions and deeds, for truly.
And they believe that they should convert everybody in the country to their way of thinking. You know, I know of only one individuals originated in Germany years and years and years ago. You know who they are? They landed in America, and there's currently about 350,000 in their population in America right now, across about 30 states, that have a book that you don't veer from. I'm not talking about their religion. I'm talking about their do's and don'ts, their regulations. They don't call it laws. And I can't remember the name of the book, but it starts with a Q if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, it's the Amish. You know, and the Amish and the Mennonite, you know, don't get them confused because that'll get you in trouble. But
Right.
They are the only.
I didn't know. 81 temperature, sustained winds of 21.
Yeah, sustained winds at 21. That's not even the gust. So, they are the only group of individuals where every member of the community is to do the same thing. Okay? They can have that. They have done very well with that for a very long time. But don't sit there and think that you're going to automatically convert the rest of the country or the world, for that matter, and shove it down our throats. We have a percentage, I mean a very small, less than 3% of the population that have life choices in the way they do. And now they're trying to say, well, you have to let your children decide their gender. What? Go away. We are not the problem. You are. You are not in the majority. You're in the minority. And holy moly, is it a small minority at that. That's what gets me. Is these people think that we're all screwed up and they're the right ones. But we can't get anybody to stand up and tell them.
Let's have the real fun on this. Because I'm not a parent. Everybody knows I'm not a parent. And that I'm still out there. What is wrong with this picture?
Because it's not all about the kids. It's a lot about the kids. So not being a parent doesn't mean you're not an American.
Right.
Okay? And not being a parent doesn't mean that you don't love your country and you aren't doing for what it is that the country needs done best.
Right.
And that's why I'm out here. I'm not out here for me. I'm not out here for her. I'm out here for the kids that my great-grandkids and their great-grandkids. They're not even born yet. Not even thought about. But too many people are concerned with how it is they will be perceived by their friends, their relatives, their acquaintances, instead of standing up for what is right and saying, you know what, this guy Grey Wolf is going across the country. He wants to build a parade of people that'll make the largest of caravans look like a small party at the park. So to bring it and just say, let's go get our country back. And the way we get the country back is through letting our legislators know who they work for, our lawmakers, and those that serve in any kind of a public affiliation, anything like that. Now that's a walnut I can get behind. That's a good sized walnut. But those suckers were the size of grapefruits, it seemed.
I wish y'all could be out here with us right now. Really,
Yeah.
seriously. It is a beautiful day.
You okay, ma'am? You need help? Okay.
All right.
Oh, you're quite welcome. So.
Still pure bean buildings. I get my mouth to talk.
Yeah. Lester Constructions, yeah.
Yeah.
Couple of ducks there.
Tell you where you're at.
Yeah.
Look, it's raining leaves.
Yes, it is. It's Napa Auto Care.
You know why they call it fall?
Because leaves keep falling.
Yep.
Yeah.
The hell of a Patriot.
Yeah. That looks like that might be a Anaheim chili.
Yeah, there's something all right.
This is somebody's entertainment center. They put it out here for somebody to take, and somebody broke it instead. Man.
There's no train.
Yeah. It's got to be some kind of like a little museum looking, because I saw a caboose over there by the post office.
Right. Well, I mean, you can tell it's a train city.
Yeah.
You got rail everywhere.
Yeah.
We are back far enough east where most of the railways.
I love these buildings like this. Look at this.
Oh,
This is
there's no bridge.
oh, this is a railroad transfer station.
Yeah.
Is what this is.
Okay.
You can even see the old transfer head right there.
Yeah.
And some rail repair stuff. Stuff, look at this, for unloading
Yeah.
hoppers
Yeah.
and putting them on the trucks. I see a 57 Chevy down there on that street. Is that the street we got to be on?
No, you're actually on the street.
Oh, I've said it 4 or 5 times, but I keep looking and seeing what might be, you know. Hey, watch out. Vandalia Railroad Office. Yep. Oh, look at that old engine.
Oh no, you're right. They do have to turn.
That's what I thought, dude.
My bad. I didn't realize.
You kept saying that, and I kept going, I don't
She
know.
still told me I got 300 feet till I hit that corner.
Yeah.
That's why she ain't said nothing yet.
Ah, so we have to go up one more, then go.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. She hadn't said nothing.
That looks like the State House, and it looks like it's one over to me. So we can go here and then walk straight through downtown. That's what we're going to do, because see, we got right where that 57 Chevy is. Because there's the comms antenna we parked right underneath that for the Vandalia Communications Company. So, see, because we got a bunch of different railroad type stuff. This is the old railroad station right here.
Right?
Yeah. So you would have had the Vandalia station right here.
I mean, no, not me, but
Uh-huh. We were here and then one more.
I can't, but I can't, Mama. Okay. Kim from the State House just called you.
Yeah.
She'll be there to talk to you.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Kim.
Kim.
Kim's at the State House. We're about 4 blocks away.
We're about 4 blocks.
the depot. They're turning the old depot, the old railroad depot, into a restaurant. The pizzeria. Look at that, Morrison for circuit judge, a 57 Chevy. Look at that.
This is where you hit your street, got all the flags.
Oh yeah. Well, they're on most of the streets.
Right.
Yeah. TV and stereo repair. A bunch of closed down businesses. History, man. You can smell it. There's City Hall. Look at that mural. Holy moly. It's gonna blow my ass away. Come on. There it is. He was trying to figure out what we were about.
Yeah, but
See, we were over there in that parking lot back up there.
Right.
But man, doesn't this look like Last Man Alive kind of scene, set like a Hollywood scene? The damn streets are empty except for a few people. See, this is all 1893 circa buildings.
Yeah. That one's Perkins Block, 1893.
Yeah, there we are. 1891, 1893. Or is that 1894 up there? Yeah? It's pretty cool. Is that a 4 or a 1 on the Duke building over there? 1. 1891.
Yeah.
See, you might think I'm weird, but I'd like to have an apartment right up there and not, that was paid for. The end of the road. The 1843 Illinois Assembly has authorized counties to repair and preserve national roads, America's byways. So this would have been along Route 40, which is where we are. This is the old Route 40 right here. That's 1932 Levin's building there. That's the State House right there in front of us.
Right.
There you go. Yeah. What's that?
Back of the side.
Oh, yeah. Check me out. Thank you.
Yeah.
There's the old State House. Madonna of the Trail. Hi, how are you?
Good. So is Jeeps a thing in this town, or am I missing something?
I'm sorry?
Are Jeeps a thing in this town?
It must be a thing in
Look
this
at that.
town.
1, 2, 3, 4. I parked behind that last one. And then look, there's another one right there.
And you're in a Jeep.
No, I'm not.
No?
I'm behind that last Jeep is my little Volkswagen. And I was like, oh, I love Jeeps. Look at that. And I got out and I was like, okay, that's weird.
That's
over there too.
Huh.
Yeah.
I mean,
So it isn't a thing here specifically.
Right.
Just
I don't
people
know.
traveling.
We're just walking through. Here you go. Here you go. You can check this out. Yeah.
Well, I'm driving across America. I left New Hampshire Wednesday.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm headed to Arizona right now.
Are you?
Yeah, I've been sleeping in my car.
I know a lot of people who do it.
You know, if I was staying somewhere, I don't mind a hotel, but why when I'm going to get up the next morning and drive?
Exactly.
You know? Once I get where I'm going.
You have a great day. Check it out. The Cumberland Road. Thank you. Scared the heck out of me, but it's all right. Oh, there's a time capsule right here.
Yeah.
The bicentennial marker. Erected in 19... Can't see it. So I don't know where the front door is, but let's go around and check, huh? She's right though. There's Jeeps everywhere. Illinois Capitol, 1836 to 1839. It was actually 1819 to 1839, so that's kind of off. It was a 20-year, well, this building was 1836. But the Vandalia Capitol was from 1819. And there it is. The original capital of Illinois, right here. Where Abraham Lincoln himself served the state of Illinois. Look at that. So the original building was a 2-story wooden building, and this one is a red brick building erected in 1836. But, see, here we go. This will set the record straight right here. Capital of Illinois from 1819 to 1839. This building was erected in 1836. So, very cool. Oh, I just love the smell of old buildings. Okay, where am I on charge? %. Look, a life mask of Abraham Lincoln. Cool. Hi. Good. Are you Kim? Hi, Kim. I'm Ron. Nice to meet you.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Doing really good.
Please sign the guest book for me.
Absolutely. Look at that. This is so Abraham Lincoln. This is really cool.
Is this your first visit to the house?
Yes. I came by back in June, but didn't stop. There was an event going on here. I guess it's the annual 3-day thing.
Grand Levee.
The Grand Levee.
Yes, it is our living history event. So we have the demonstrators. Set
The
up
pre-1840 garb, the whole thing, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it kind of got me. I saw that it was saying 1836 to 39 out on the front, and I said, no, Capitol was 1819, 1816, no, 19, 1819 through 39 for the 20-year adaptation.
Yes.
So there was, prior to here, there was a 2-story wooden building.
So prior to this building, there were 2 prior buildings. So the first Capitol building was located 2 blocks to the west. That building was the 2-story wooden construction building. It burnt down in December of 1823. The second Capitol building was located directly across the street. That building was a 2-story burned out State Bank building. They refurbished that building and used it for 13 years. In 1834, Abraham Lincoln was elected as state representative, and he was living at the time here at New Salem. So for Lincoln to travel to Vandalia by horse, that took him approximately 36 hours to arrive. So when he arrived to Vandalia, he entered into that current Capitol building.
Do you mind if you're on camera or not? You don't mind. Most people talking don't mind.
So he was there. He entered into the second Capitol building, and when he entered, he found for himself, being 6'4", that he had to duck over just to maneuver room to room because those floorboards had sunken in so much due to the poor job of the refurbishing of that building. So Lincoln was a member of the Long Nine. The Long Nine was a group that was formed based on their height. So if you wanted to be a member, you had to be at least 6 foot or taller.
Wow.
So the Long Nine, including Abraham Lincoln, they initiated the move to Springfield as they wanted the Capitol there, as it was located in the center of the state and the population was becoming greater. But of course, Vandalia did not want to see that Capitol status being taken away.
Yeah.
And so this is why, or that is
Well,
why,
Vandalia built itself around the decision to make it the capital.
yes.
So it was, so the Capitol building, I was just telling Gypsy that everything hubbed from basically across the street or just down the street here. This town built around it. Yes.
Right. That is why this structure was built. This building, the third Capitol building, was built in hopes that it would prevent the Capitol from relocating to Springfield. They started construction on this new Capitol building in August of 1836. They started that process, though, by tearing apart the current Capitol building across the street. They wanted to tear that building apart and reuse every bit of the material from that structure to be able to start the construction of the new Capitol building with those used materials. They carried across the street from that building 160,000 bricks.
That's a lot of brick.
Yes, so they were here, they were working, they were waiting on the new materials to arrive. And then they used 300,000 more new bricks in the process.
And it was still too small to house all of the functionality for a state government.
We just did not have a governor's office.
Yeah.
So none of the previous Capitol buildings
Or a treasury or anything like that. Didn't the treasury use the bank building?
Not here. So everything, the second Capitol building was too small for all of those
Gotcha.
offices.
Yeah.
This building, though, it held all of those
All the offices with the exception of the governor.
Yes. So here on the first floor, we have our Auditor of Public Accounts office, our Treasurer's office, our Supreme Court, and our Secretary of State. And then the second floor was dedicated to the chambers. So as I was saying, back to the process of construction. So they began on in August of 1836. Started with the used materials.
130,000 bricks.
160.
160,000, and then 300,000 more were new.
Yes.
Wow.
And then they accomplished this entire structure in 89 days.
Woof.
Yes.
You can barely do that with today's construction techniques.
Right. On December 5th of 1836, the 10th General Assembly took place upstairs. During that session, many of the legislators complained about the conditions of the new Capitol building. They complained due to it not being fully finished. The plaster on the walls was still wet that day that they met, and many of them complained of the cold, wet,
the damp conditions.
So they adjourned that session early. They arrived back the following year in 1837 and held a special session and passed the ballot to relocate the Capitol to Springfield. And that was passed on February 28th of 1837. So the Capitol remained here in the use of this building until then. When it then proceeded to Springfield,
but it was still 2 years short of its contracted
it finished
agreement.
Its 20-year term.
Yeah. Oh, it was 20.
Yes, Vandalia was designated to be the capital for 20 years.
Right.
And we did serve those full years.
Yeah.
After the move to Springfield, this building became the use of the Fayette County Courthouse, and the courthouse accommodated the first floor of this building for 94 years.
Yeah.
So many, many years. There was much wear and tear on the first floor floorboards. So these floorboards that we stand on today, they're not the original ones, but they are about 100 years old. When you go upstairs, though, to see the chambers, the House of Representatives chamber where Abraham Lincoln served, 27 years old. He was a member of the Whig Party.
Getting goosebumps.
Yes, and so, yes, and then it was upstairs in that chamber where he gave his first public statement against slavery. But the upstairs floorboards there in the hallway, those are still the exact same floorboards that Lincoln walked on. So you will walk exactly in his footsteps today while visiting the State House. There were 90 representatives that served here. They had to be at least 21 years old to serve. They were paid $4 a day and received 20 cents per mile. There were 40 senators. Each senator had to be at least 25 years old, and they received the same wages as the representatives did.
It would be nice to see him get that same wage now.
It actually would be nice to see him get that same wage. There'd be a lot of things different.
Yes. So today you are welcome to walk through the hallways on a self-guided tour. Each doorway that you come to provides you with an informational panel that explains each of the offices and the duties of those offices. But if you have any questions at all, please let me know.
I appreciate you, Kim.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, I've been waiting to see that. I'm gonna leave Wolfie right here. Turn that flag out. There, Wolfie. You stay right there. This was the office of the treasurer. I gotta get the camera cord charger thingy bobber untangled here. One more. There we go. So now I can hand it. This was the office of the treasurer of Illinois. So it would have been for just 2 years, 3 years. General Assembly of the treasurer, all duties of the former main cashier. The treasurer's office. Now, across the street, I have room for the treasurer. Let's go down here and meet Honest Abe, shall we? This was his position as he gave his speech about slavery. Wow. It gives me goosebumps just thinking of this. Huh? Moving Days. The auditor. Yep. Audit of the public accountants. Mm-hmm. Upstairs. Yeah. This stuff just gives me goosebumps. The Supreme Court. Now, see, I believe in the second building there was no room for the Supreme Court, for the state Supreme Court. I think they should all be forced to return here and spend at least some period of time the way they used to.
Yes, and it was there in the Supreme Court office. Abraham Lincoln obtained his license to practice law.
Oh, in this office right here.
Yes.
So it was in this room where Abraham Lincoln received his license to practice law. So he walked halls. The Supreme Court justice is elected a court clerk whose job was to prepare documents, issue necessary orders, and keep all the court records. A book kept at the desk here contained the court's official roll of attorneys. Though Abraham Lincoln's name had been added to the roll on March 1st, 1837, he never argued a case in this room. The court also employed a person learned in the law to minute down and make a report of all the principal matters drawn out at length, with the opinion of the court and the sheriff of Fayette County, who is paid $4 per day for attendance on the Supreme Court. This was the governor's office. Was not given an office of his own in any of the three buildings. But the governor's business was through this office. And there's the Secretary of State.
those potbelly stoves.
Oh yeah, those are great stoves, aren't they? Those actually aren't potbellies. They can be heat from from all four sides, which would have been common. There's the desk of John Reynolds, governor. It's just the smell. You're probably used to it, so you're here all the time, but it's like the ambiance that comes from the smell. It's just,
I don't get that smell.
no, I would imagine since you come in. Okay, here we go. You ready? I'm getting chills down my spine. Here we are. So, Abraham Lincoln being greater than 6 foot of height, how many times did Abraham Lincoln walk these very steps? I mean, that has nothing to do with his height, but these steps, look at the floor. It's the original floor. Look at that. You can see where they resurrected and took these pieces of wood from across the street. Oh, wow. So here was the House of Representatives. The Illinois House of Representatives opened in the new State House on December 5th, 1836. A few days later, Representative Abraham Lincoln wrote to a friend that the new State House is not yet finished, and consequently, the legislature is doing little or nothing. In the next 3 months, though, the General Assembly, with Lincoln playing a leading role, created a huge public works program and voted to move the state capital to Springfield. Abraham Lincoln made his first public statement about slavery here on March 3, 1837. He felt that the institution of slavery is founded on both injustice and bad policy, but that those fighting for an immediate end only made the problem worse. The House of Representatives, image of Lincoln as Senator Lincoln back in the day, or Representative Lincoln. Representative Lincoln. In this room. And the Senate chamber. So he was a representative, not a senator. So one side of the building is the Senate chambers. This is Senate Room 1836. I think that they should have to come back here, at least for some time. One, if not but one session, come back to these meager facilities and walk the same ground that Abraham Lincoln walked here. Speak. Original timbers, pieces of the timber used, and the galleries above. See everything candlelight. whitewashed walls, and they were not happy that the walls were still wet. It would have been damp in here. The galleries or balconies overlooking the House and Senate chambers allowed visitors to watch the legislators at work. This staircase and the galleries were probably the last interior features to be built in the State House. Local carpenters sent in proposals for the work in 1838, October. 1830s, ideas about appropriate public roles for men and women probably restricted women wanting to watch the legislator to the galleries, where they were physically separated from the action on the floor. Women most likely were allowed on the main floor of the chambers only during special events. So that's the balconies that are up here on both sides. Yeah, with a long way, yeah. Is this great or what? Almost 200 years old. And again, Lincoln would have used these stairs each day that he was here. So you actually have to touch. It's a tactile sense. When you're a constitutionalist, this is big, big, big stuff. Really, it is. George Washington. Before he was president, General George Washington. And look at this. This is done on wood. This is just, this is just like, I thank you so much.
You are very welcome.
Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
And check out what I'm doing.
Absolutely. If you would like to take a brochure.
Absolutely would.
There you are.
All right. Appreciate it.
That wind will blow it away today.
That's the reason why I don't have, normally I got a flag that hangs out.
Yeah, it's getting it. It's definitely getting it.
Yeah, I don't blame you there.
Yeah. We still got 66% battery, so we're looking good there. So we'll walk back through. I was here in June, making the turn here, coming in on 40. I was looking to see, okay, I'm going to walk, 40.
Mm-hmm.
And so I always really kind of felt the Vandalia needed to be where the serious part of this walk. I mean, it's all serious, but the serious, constitutional serious part of this walk starts here and goes east to DC. And so it's like, wow, you just can't find words.
I was going to say, it's more of a surprise with me too as well. Not knowing the size of the actual building and stuff. And really stop and think about those 56 put together the Constitution. Involved with it. The amount of space they really put.
Okay, well, I don't know how many men were as part of the assembly or here, 56 in Independence Hall in Philadelphia.
Right.
Now that.
But even still, just what their normal day-to-day
routines. no air conditioning at the
Oh,
time.
nothing.
You
I
know,
was looking at the
light would have been,
It's like,
Just been the stove.
would have just been the stoves, and then light from the candles and the candelabras. That's it.
yeah.
So I would imagine that what they would have done, and you can see where they would have done this, the maintenance would have had a big long pole with a hook.
Yeah.
And he grabs the loop and he lifts it up off of that hook and brings it down. They light all of them and then hangs it back up.
Or it was set up with a pulley winch system. They just lower it down to replace all the candles and put it back up, and then have a single flame to go around and light them all up.
Yeah.
One of the other systems, because I've seen both.
Yeah. Of course, they've got the electrical cord that runs up there now, but
Hey,
would have been representative of that. That's pretty cool.
Yes.
It's really cool.
It's
So again, thank you so much.
You are very welcome.
And-
Best of luck on your journey.
Alan, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And rather bring it where you and I split ways.
Yeah, you're gonna take a little extra walk, right?
Yeah, I got an extra 2 miles on my walk.
Yeah.
Only because you can take a different route back. My normal job is to walk through red races, so I'm used to all miles. I love it. Keep me in shape.
Now we got to figure out. We got the life mask of Lincoln. Now this was done by Leonard Volk in March of 1860. Okay, so he would have been running, or at least thinking about getting his bid. He would have had to, by March of 20, he would have had to have said he was running for the presidency. Well, he was already, actually. So he would have been elected in November 1860, and he ran, so in 1861. Oh, man. So I'm going to zoom in on that, folks, because that is a life plaster of Lincoln. Just before the election in 1860, I would say. Two months before Lincoln made 1860 nomination. Yeah, okay, I got that one. So this is when the August 1834, when he was elected, represents district. And his district was 90 miles home.
He lived north of Springfield. So
North.
approximately mileage I don't have.
But it took him
It took him approximately 36 hours.
36 hours, 3 days to travel from his home to here during session. Wonderful. I can't forget my.
Session was held every other year from December to early first half.
So the pilgrimage to the State House was once every 2 years. Yeah, that's good information. Thank you again, sweetie.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, look, the original door handle. Love this stuff. Oh, the window's up.
All right, I am going to go and do recon as I was asked.
You got cards.
Yes, in my pocket.
All right, buddy. And I'm out.
You didn't check that little club out on the sides. I'd like to know what all the Jeeps are for. I'm sorry, I'm kind of with that girl. I'd like to know what all the Jeeps are for. It's either the distillery across the street or the Eater Place there. One or the other. But it's got a really nice bike in front of it. So.
Yeah.
But,
I'm going to walk over there and see what that, and show that little Lincoln sitting on the bench.
Okay, I'm gonna go this way down Veterans Highway.
All right, bud.
Meet you back at Beach.
Meet you back at Walmart there. I'll see if I can't. Oh, come on. I'm trying to get to this. Let's see. I'm gonna I'll plug in my shoot. Drop Wolfie. Can't drop Wolfie. See if I can't get some fast juice into my headset. Wow. I don't know what's going on with that. Turn Bluetooth off. Turn it back on. I'm gonna reboot my phone here. I'm back. What the heck is going on? I cannot get this thing to work. Hang on. All right. We'll have to let it go for a few minutes here. I have to hold the phone up to my ear for a minute here or there. across here. Am I in Discord? This is Lincoln Park.
Ron, can you hear me? It's Texas.
I can hear you. Okay, so this is Lincoln Park. Apparently Lincoln used to come and spend some time over here when he was taking a break and read. A 27-year-old Lincoln. All right, well, I'll make my way back. $136,000 bricks they took from house 2, which was over here on this corner, where now it is Charter's patio. So for 2 years, Lincoln would have served in an office on the wooden building that was across the street over there where that patio is. How you guys doing?
All right, how are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Here you go. A lot of people wonder what the heck am I doing with this contraption. So I'm walking across the United States.
All right.
You bet. Let people know what we have to do to get our country back on track. Check me out. So hopefully we can turn it into a Forrest Gump kind of thing. Right? So that's what I'm doing. Meeting with Americans and saying, here's what we have to do.
Air Force?
Yes, sir.
Navy, Army.
Navy, Army, hey. Yeah. My brothers in arms.
Yep.
You know, look at how many have lost their careers because they refused the jab, and it's a breach of contract. So, yeah. Go for that. Well, I'll let you all get back to work.
All right. Have a safe trip.
Yep. Thank you much. Nice to meet you.
You too.
Somebody was. Look at that. The unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. It's the original Declaration of Independence, which is what I have on a matchbook of all things. Well, we definitely have some patriotic stuff going on here. Good Lord. Motorcycle with a big old Honda engine on it. Some kind of homemade rig. It's got air shocks on the front so you could lift it. Huh. A historic national road. Ah, okay.
I couldn't give them to you when you and Gypsy, it was like I had sensory overload because I was hearing two voices and that and double, you know.
Yeah. It was 1957 Chevy. We'll go up here to the church and go down that road. Come on, let go. There. What's that? Yeah. So it would take Lincoln 36 hours by horseback for 3 days to come to session. I'll be out for a bit. I'll check back in a minute. We have to do something, people. I'm doing the only thing I know to do right now. So the original house would have been between here and the current state house. That was an honor today to be able to walk the same staircase that Abraham Lincoln walked. To be able to view where the office where he represented the people of the great state of Illinois. But what are we going to do if the people don't start getting off their asses and start holding these people accountable? They're going to kill us off. People my age are going to be poo-pooed as even being alive. How dare we even stay alive, you know? Which is interesting when you consider what they've placed in as a president. We've got serious problems in this country. They're not going to fix themselves, and they're not going to fix off of just a few measly groups showing up into DC. That's not going to fix it. Everything we need to fix this country is built into the number of people. The people is what it takes. Those that are to be represented. I don't know if you guys know just how emotional this is for me. I have two favorite presidents of the past, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, number 1 and number 16. And it saddens me to know that everything that they worked for is literally being flushed down the toilet by the people in charge today. Unless we get together, come together. You see the road up here in front of me? It's full of people. The road here in back of me, it's just wall-to-wall people. Until that happens. How are you today? Good, good. Huh? It's a nice day. Can I leave you a card somewhere nearby? Card? I'll just put it on this sign on the tree. Oh, I love this. I was going to leave this for her, but you're with her? Her? You live here?
This isn't part of that property.
Oh,
This is its own little off lot.
Yeah. I was just telling her I'd leave my card here on the sign. But I'll give you one too.
I'll give it to her then. I'll drop it off the paperwork.
Here you are. I'm walking across the country. I'm trying to get Patriots all together. Staying out at Walmart parking lot in the truck parking if you all want to come by and sign a guest book.
I'll see you there tomorrow night. I work out there.
Come and see it. It's the old Beechwood Motorhome. Yeah, it's very emotional. Thinking about what is happening to this country. As far as I'm concerned, we have an illegitimate president. This gentleman is looking at me kind of interesting. Ran into the curb. Yeah, with the games that they're playing in the White House, they're pushing this trans down our throat. Trans this, trans that. People being elected into office not by their credentials, but by their gender and skin color and their pronouns. And we allow it to happen. We need to stop this, people. And the only way to do it is come together. Fill the streets like our brothers and sisters in the other countries are doing. Why am I the only one out here doing this? Why? Too many people are afraid of being canceled. Canceled by their members of their families, their jobs, because they get involved. What's that all? What is all that going to matter when inflation has gone so high that what you bring home from one job can't sustain your family? Now what are you going to do? Go get another job? Or are you just going to sit there and go on welfare? Does that make any sense to anybody? It doesn't make any sense to me. Getting some water. Okay. And we're on the road again. Any checking in? Everything okay? Okay. I'll check in a little bit. So like, share, subscribe, and make sure that you turn on your notifications. And let's grow this thing. Let's fill these streets up. We can do it. You just have to call everyone you know. And don't forget, we need donations. You can go to greywolfwalk.com. That's gray with an E, Grey. So greywolfwalk.com and donate. And that helps us. It helps me. Mr. T and Gypsy, they could sure use the help too. Spam. Well, I'm glad that Gypsy enjoyed that State House visit too. Yeah. I continue to think, what would it take? And I think that one of the things is just turn off your news. How are you? Young lady up there doing pumpkins on her porch. Yeah. So I certainly am trying to think of other ways to get people considering everyone I speak to understands. But I guess it is that level of concern, understanding versus concern, that's making the difference. They're just not concerned enough. They're angry They're upset with how the country is being run. They're upset with the cheating, the blatancy of it. They're upset with the regulations and the government overreach. But they're just not upset enough to drop what they're doing and come out and do something about it. The Constitution gives us the way. The Declaration of Independence gives us the way to do it. We just have to ensure that they cannot be allowed to say that we are terrorists simply because we are exercising our First Amendment right to peacefully assemble and protest, and our constitutional rights to alter or abolish government when it is destructive to the ends of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. They've extinguished liberties when they did lockdowns. The liberties of those young those small mom and pop companies that got shut down because of the lockdowns. But the giants get to stay on being giants. And they even grow. And they become more automated. Even Walmart. How many checkouts do you see? You do self-checkout now. But they don't give you a discount for checking your own stuff out. Should at least give some discounts as because they're not paying somebody to do it, right? Nope. It's like you go to McDonald's and order yourself a sausage biscuit. The sausage patty is 1/4 the thickness as it used to be just 10 years ago. But hey, you can get a deal. 2 for $4. Well, I could have got twice that for $2.50 10 years ago. It's all these minimalized techniques. They get richer and they get fatter and the people get poorer. Champaign Avenue. Won't be long. That house will be condemned. Roof needs to be replaced. Be falling in. We'll be getting up in there and replacing one rafter at a time, hydraulic jacking it. Sister them up. Start making the roof better. Don't let it get rotten like that. Bluetooth. It will not reach. Here. Yeah, I'm signal. I kind of expected it. So we still have this whole thing going on around the country and around the world of get the jab or lose your job. Get the jab or lose your job. Military, still, get your jab or lose your job. So, more than 50,000 members of the United States services have been discharged due to breach of contract. Because you sign a contract in the recruiter's office. It says that you'll do what the government says. One of them is vaccines. However, needs to be adopted that it would be FDA approved vaccines. These vaccines that are out are not FDA approved, no matter what people tell you, no matter what the left pushes. They're all under executive use authorization. Emergency use authorization, I mean. Emergency use authorization is not approved. It's an experimental drug. It's not FDA approved. But the FDA wants you to get the jab nonetheless. So they contradict themselves all the time. But they don't think we'll catch it. We catch it. There's people that are out there listening to their lies. And then wondering how it is that we've come this far. How could we have come this far? To where we let presidents get placed instead of elected. Senators and congressmen placed instead of elected. Oh, they won. Depending on how you count the votes. And well, God forbid if you question those votes. You question those methodologies. Well, we decided not to validate the signatures of these particular votes. Really. You have people that are bragging on their social media that every time they saw a Trump ticket, they threw it in the trash. Right. We don't do anything about it because he was a Republican. And it makes no never mind. because there was not enough of them to change the outcome of the election. That's what they say. It's interesting how every one of these so-called wins were right around the 10,000 mark, 10 to 20,000 mark. Every one of them. After shutting down election cycle, the counting, so-called counting, only to come back with a straight line going up. And just enough votes being during that shutdown period to make them go ahead by 10 to 20,000 votes. We're not supposed to question that. We're not supposed to audit that. And they just censor us. They shut down our account. How dare we ask the questions? Science is asking questions. To you. You're not supposed to. Even all about questioning. And yet we let it happen. We continue to let it happen. As if some magic dart is going to come flying by and fix everything for us. Old Ford Fiesta. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Well, sustained winds of 21 miles an hour. And I'm back to the Walmart here, where I began the day. Hey, Illinois. Constitutional conservative. That's what I am. But I'm not a Republican. A constitutional conservative. .4:30 p.m. local. Nice little walk downtown and back. Plus a tour of the State House in Vandalia. And home sweet home.
that we're all in the same boat sailing along. If we wanted to be here after we're gone, seal up the cracks, keep the hull strong. Let's save America. Storms are gonna be rough as we travel across the sea. I know we're gonna make it, 'cause I got you and you got me. Now there's one thing I know right down to the letter. If we really want to see it get better, we're gonna have to do it together. Can't you see? Let's save America. Let's save America. We gotta get back on course. If they won't listen to our voice, we'll shout it out louder. Through any kind of weather, we can make it together. Yeah. Let's save America. America. Let's save America.
In America, we may have our differences, but we all have one thing in common. We live in the greatest country in the history of the world. So let's save America.
Let's save America. America. Let's save America. America. Let's save America. Yeah. Come on. Sing it loud. Let's save America. America. Let's save America. America. Let's save America. Yeah. Come on now. Shout it out. Let's save America. America. Let's save America. America. Let's save America. America.
Section where you were.
Yeah. So we're getting near the end of this day here. So favoring that shoulder, I got my little bag of drugs that they've got for me. So everything seems to be going at the moment. So I get these little twinges, like coming up a doorway, hit it. So at least we got the x-rays done. So the x-rays show that there's no bone damage, but there's obviously soft tissue damage. I got swelling, and so we've got the prednisone and some other stuff happening to try and keep the pain under management, which I didn't take any pain medicine with me, so it's time for that. But We just have to keep on attempting to get into a medical facility that I can get imaging done at. Keep trying. Because I'm not turning around and going back to Reno just to get an MRI. So there's got to be a better way. I don't have a job anymore. I don't have a company after the 21st of this next month of November. Yeah, I'm giving it all. So something has to give. You know, you see what they're doing to Steve Bannon. You had 5 members of the Obama administration that were equally found guilty in Congress of contempt of Congress. Not one sentencing. Not one served day of punishment. But here they go. They go after Steve Bannon. They're going after you, and they're going after me. They're going after all of us. Especially if we're over the age of 60. They're coming after us. That much is true. VA is a socialized medicine platform. So all these people are saying socialized medicine for all. I'm living it. We all of us veterans live it. Unless we have secondary insurance and that we can have an outside provider or doctor of our own. So what are we going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? So many people are out there going, well, we have to do something. We have to do something. We have to do something. That's why I'm out here. Exactly why I'm out here. I'm out here to tell you how we have to do it. But it may seem impossible to you. I've had individuals that looked at me like I had 2 heads when I saw something in something. Beachy, it's a prime example. She don't look like much on the outside, but she is on the inside. I saw potential in this vehicle. I got it. My home. Being able to do things. Rebuild something. And I see potential in our country. But it's not anything I can do by myself. True representatives that represent their constituents do not bowed or bow to those big money people. They look at them, they throw them the freedom fingers and say, piss off. Now, people have asked me if I'm going to run for office. I have no intentions to run for office. I've thought about it. But I seriously believe that I am better representing people of this country doing what I'm doing right now than I can in an elected capacity. That might change, I don't know. We have to change this country. We have to put in corrective laws so that those that spend millions and millions of dollars to find a way to rabbit hole around the laws or just flat out ignore them can be stopped. We We need to hold them accountable. We need to hold accountable those who are perpetrating this fraud that's going around the globe. And we definitely need to hold people accountable for what they're attempting to do to our children. Don't mess with our children. I recommend, after what 15 council members of the CDC, which, oh, by the way, the CDC does not have the authority to tell you what to do. They recommend. But every one of those individuals, all 15 of those members of the CDC, are looking to try and get their cushy Dr. Fauci type jobs. Do not comply with those idiots. Do not allow your children to be vaccinated just because they say they need to. And if your school says they have to, then take them out of school and go into a different school. Homeschool. But protect your children. Do not let a politician and do not let a government agency of a bunch of idiots try and tell you that your son or daughter, first of all, cannot be called a son or daughter, because you can't be called a father or a mother. You're a parent one or you're a parent two. These woke assholes need to be ejected as far as we can boot kick their asses over the Pacific or the Atlantic Ocean. They're nothing but garbage individuals. That's what I'm saying, all right, right now, point blank. These are the same individuals that are going to try and tell you that they believe in the science, but then they can't tell you, they won't admit that the science says there's only two genders. Same individuals that want to tell you that you've got to believe the science. They themselves don't believe. That's an inconvenient truth for them. They're going to try and force it on your children. They're going to say, we're not going to call you a boy or a girl by what you were born with. We're not. We're going to let you decide, because that's the way it needs to be. I don't think I know of a single boy growing up, pre-kindergarten boy, that didn't wonder what it would be like to put on mom's pantyhose or to look in the mirror with a dress on. It's a phase, and you look and you're curious and you move on. You don't let these jerkwads sit there and tell you that that's an indication that they want to be something else. Don't let that happen. And you don't let them tell you that you've got to jab a poison into your kid's arm just because 15 people on a panel said they do, of an experimental drug. A drug that is not FDA approved. Comirnaty, excuse me. It's the only FDA approved Pfizer drug for C19, and you can't even get it. So it's a bait and switch. Do your research. Tell others. Homeschool your children before you let that happen. And if your representatives had balls enough, I don't care if they're female or male, they would not allow school districts to force CDC recommendations on your children. So you've got Ron DeSantis in Florida said, not happening in my state. There you go. I'm telling you the same thing. Other governors need to stand up and say the same thing. Carrie Lake said that she'll say the same thing when she wins governor, and I believe she will, of Arizona. So, apologize, I got to. Didn't want to do it on camera, but we can. Don't worry about it. So, talk about how we can get some people. Well, you know what, Texas? I'll tell you what. Why don't we go ahead and play that one right under me over there on the left there, that Hannibal concert. Y'all enjoy. I'll be back in a minute.
Do you mind if you gave me the band's name again?
Band's name is Stonehill in
Stonehill,
Hannibal, Missouri.
Hannibal, Missouri. And you're Steve.
I'm Steve. Yep. Chloe, Mark, and
Chloe
Jeff.
and Mark and Jeff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stonehill Band.
Thank you so much for swinging by
Thank you.
and saying hello.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Enjoy.
you.
Good luck with your journey.
Yep.
Yeah.
When I was a young girl, well, I had me a camel. You weren't much to look at, just a pre-read on the bed. But that was a long time, no matter how I tried. Those tears just rolled by like a broken down dam. Make me an angel. From Montgomery, make me a poster of an old rodeo. Just give me one thing that I can hold on to believe in this living is just a hard way to go. The spies in the kitchen, I can hear them buzzing. I ain't done nothing since I woke up today. I'm helping a person go to work in the morning, come home in the evening without nothing to say. Make me an angel. To believe in this living is just a hard way to go. To believe in this living is just a hard way to go. You're welcome. Thanks for asking.
There you go. Now, that's a band called Stone Hill in Hannibal, Missouri. And Close, the lead singer, and spent some time when I was in Hannibal with them. And just a wonderful band. I've got hours, a couple of hours of their songs, but I don't have them cut and snippeted. So I told them I would do that, and I would receive their permission to go ahead and play them on here. And we'll also link their Facebook, link that. It'd be great. So yeah. So yeah, I was just reading. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, we had a pretty good walk down there. I really enjoyed seeing the State House. It was pretty emotional for me to see and to actually touch the banister rail that Abraham Lincoln touched every time he went up.
Unknown caller.
Every time Abraham Lincoln went up and down those stairs to go to the hall. He was a representative, so he was elected in 1834, I believe it was. So he served some time at the number 2 house. There were 3 state houses in Vandalia, and the one that was erected in 1836 is the one that still stands today, where we stopped in today. So he served in the number 2, which burned down some years later. And but they had taken over 136,000 bricks from and wood from the 2nd state house to build the 3rd state house. And so the floor on the 2nd floor is all original wood, more than 200 years old, almost 200 years old. And that to just feel it as I walk the floor on the 2nd floor in the representatives room. It's a feeling. You can't. It's just an amazing feeling. The amount. It took 3 days of travel for him to get from his home to Vandalia when the state representatives were in session, which was once every 2 years back in the time. He got his law degree certified to him in the Supreme Court on the 1st floor, state Supreme Court room. Our 16th president. A man whose first speech was a very long speech in that very state house that I visited today, Hey, trucking girl. That was so emotional to know that he gave his first speech about slavery, impassioned, long. His first speech as a representative for the people. Thank you. So there was a 20-year deal. So the Congress for Vandalia, 1819 to 1839. So relocation of it. This is the Treasury building, the Treasurer's office. So if you're in the area, I recommend you swing by. Because it's just so emotional to be able to walk the same steps that Abraham Lincoln took every day while he was in session. To actually go and sit on the bench that Abraham Lincoln sat on to read at Lincoln Park right across the street as he represented the people of Illinois. How did we get here? We all think back. We think back to these historic times, these historic people. I do anyway. And I think about how they poured everything they had into what it is that they did. They truly, many of them truly represented the people of their district. That says a lot about them. Their integrity. They truly represented them. We don't have that anymore. We're more interested about whether or not boys can be in girls' bathrooms simply because they identify that way. I'm sorry. There are way too many of those that are mentally disabled running our country. There are very, very less than 3% of the population. I really do want to show you the videos that I've looked at. But it's sickening. It's sickening. Seeing these drag queens. And I blame the parents for allowing it to happen. Why aren't the parents stepping up and being parents? Don't let your children be abused in this manner. Don't take them to a drag show. And if there's a drag show at your school, step in and stop it. Get your neighbors, round them up. Hold a walk to your school district, to wherever that's happening. These people are sick. They need to come out of, they need to be booted the hell out of office. So let's find a way to get people involved here. We are sitting in a position where I can't do it. I mean, I just don't. I barely have the stomach to handle it myself without getting infuriated. This one trans that does a video that does this video. Oh, I've been a girl for 75 days, and is holding up tampons and napkins. And says, I haven't had to use them yet. I don't know if my Barbie hole is capable. There's a problem in there. And that person went to the White House yesterday. And met with the president because people need to know about the difficulties of being a woman from a trans. What does he know about being a woman? It's just my take on it. Far be it from me to tell you what the hell to do behind your own doors. You do what you want, it's freedom of choice. But when you start trying to cram it down my throat, I have a problem. I have a bigger problem when you start trying to cram it down our children's throats. And say, oh, if you ever thought about wearing a dress, you must be a female appearing with male parts. And you just have to have those parts removed and have all these injections. And then to have Gavin Newsom, governor of California, make California a sanctuary state for having minors go to have gender reassignment surgery without their parents' consent. It just happened last week. Don't take my word for it. Check it out. Sickness. Sickness, I'm telling you. Get off your asses. Come out here with me and let it be known that you are done with it. Let's fill the streets up. Let's fill the streets up. I'm here to tell you. Okay? Look and see. I don't think I have to show you a different way. Let me show you. See if I can find it. I'll find it here and show it to you. What is it do I want to see? And we're looking here real quick. See if I can find them real quick. Here it is. So, careful. You just have to rename it. There we go. There we go. Okay, I'll share this with you. This is what I want to see. Right here. We get to Washington. I want to see this. People, as far as the eye can see, they all feel the same thing, same way that I feel. I know you're out there. So, I really think that there's something here in Vandalia for us on this reset. This is a reset. I said it the other day that once we got east of the Mississippi that we'd be looking to do a reset. And when I was here in June, and I realized that this is the branching point for US Highway 40. This is where US 40 comes to an end right at the State House in Vandalia. And then you got to go up to 70 where 40 is with 70 for a while, and then it works. But it's that whole point of something is important about this section right here. And you can go 140 and you can shoot up there along the Mississippi River and then shoot back across, and you can do all the stuff that we have been trying to do. And I incorrectly assumed that with the number of people that used to watch me when I was on the convoy, that we would be able to get the masses together to quickly bring together a movement with 3,000 to 4,000 people at a time watching back then on my streams. I'm sure you can see it would be easy to believe that with 3,000 to 4,000 people watching, for instance, like right now, from all over the world, that it would be easy to get the numbers to do like the other countries are doing, which is protesting their government's tyranny. Yet we don't see it. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it since I began this journey on the 2nd of July. And I've seen more and more and more tyranny. I've seen more and more and more support go to groups that in their hearts probably have the same feelings, but don't have any plans to make change. My plan is to make change. I'm not just saying I want to restore the constitutional republic, because that is too broad of a brush. You have to start somewhere. You have to knock that first dominoes over. And you have to decide what is most important right now to get rid of that the government is doing wrong. And that is the state of emergency. That's the most important thing that has to occur. Get rid of it. That's why it's on my number one list. End the state of emergency. The termination of a state of emergency under the National Declaration of Emergencies Act, 1976, September 14th, actually. The termination is under 50 U.S.C. 1622, Section 202, subsection 1 alpha, that a joint resolution of both houses can end the state of emergency. I met with Senators Cruz, as well as Senator Ron Johnson. I would have liked to have met with more senators, but I did meet with those two senators for over 2 hours back on March 8th. And a Senate joint resolution bill that was put together and passed on March 3rd, SJ Res 38, you can look it up, simply calls for the ending of the state of emergency. However, even though it was passed in the Senate, moved to the House, Nancy Pelosi will not assign it to a committee. Without it being assigned to a committee, we cannot do a petition on it. We cannot do a discharge petition to discharge it from the committee. However, the House wrote its own. House GOP wrote its own a year prior to the Senate that is sitting in, of all places, the Transportation Committee in the House. Under Sam Graves when it comes to the minority leader side, District 6, Missouri. It is in a committee, and therefore it's the same verbiage as the Senate. And it is House Joint Resolution 46. And discharge petition 12 is the petition to discharge it and push it to the floor for a vote. Upon doing so, if you can get, there's 126 signatures currently on discharge petition number 12. It also looks at 50 U.S.C. 1622, section 202, subsection 1 alpha, of the joint resolution to discharge or terminate, to terminate any state of emergency. And we need to terminate it. So we need to put the pressure on the House members. You need to, and you need to have every one of your friends and your friends' friends, 10 on 10 on 10 on 10 on 10, to contact your representatives and tell them that you not only want to see their name on discharge petition number 12, that is a representation of House Joint Resolution 46, or HJ Res 46, but you also want them to vote in the affirmative, a yay vote, to passage. That's your task. That's your call to action. That is what you need to do. Upon doing so, according to 50 U.S.C. 1622, section 202, 1A or B, B being the president, can end it. So there wouldn't be a 1 or B or an A or a B if it had to go as a bill would move through. And it's having it to go to the president, and the president saying that he would veto a bill, that would be a bill. That's new legislation. This is not new legislation. This is a resolution, a joint resolution. And therefore, when both sides of the House affirm it, it's done. Biden can suck eggs. You lose the ability at that particular point to have any emergency use authorizations anymore. Guess what that does to the big pharmas? Come on, fact checkers, check me out. Those YouTubers and all those CCP members speak the truth. This is what we have to do. You have to pressure your representatives into letting them know that they work for you and that you want them to join in and sign the to sign discharge petition number 12. And then back HJ Res 46 with an affirmative to the vote. Then we have to put the pressure on the senators upon its passage in the House to do it again, even though they've done it once, to pass it again. Then we have our joint resolution. We can end the state of emergency. Then, and only then, will we be free to start healing our constitutional freedoms again. Because there's so many things that are done in this country where they use that state of emergency as the foundation for this huge building that they're building. Mandates for masks, that's floor number 1. Jab mandates, number 2. Title 42, southern border issues, 3. Let's give your medical sovereignty to the WHO, level 4. Money to the charge masters of the church, of the hospitals and the medical facilities. There's 4. And then floor on floor on floor, money to big pharma, so on and so forth. What happens when you take when you destroy the foundation of a skyscraping building? Down it comes. That's what we need to do, people. And we do that through the pressuring of our representatives. But if we do not bring the people's voices together, then we have a hard time convincing them that the people are behind it. Then you have to attack this from 2 levels. Even if you have to look at 1622. It is a B, not A and B. A or B. It's 202 by 1 alpha and Bravo. If I'm not a lawyer, but by my interpretation, if it says it can be terminated based on a joint resolution or a presidential order, then why would it need both? You have to have the joint resolution and then have to go to the president. Well, bills have to go that way. And even if they did, and even if the resident did veto it, then our next task as Americans is to go to the Senate for overruling vote of the veto. Period. Thank you, Texas. If you could also, Texas, put up a link to 50 U.S.C. 1622, that would be appreciated. Because then people could read what it is I'm talking about. Anyway, even if we did need the resident's signature, and we already know that there's no way that they're going to give up their gravy train, it's just not going to happen. We would just simply go back. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that point. I already know who won the election in here. It's 15 USC 1622, the termination of a state of emergency. Section 202, subsection 1A. You can look that up. See if I got it here. I've got it right here. Nope, that's the discharge petition. We have 126 signatures. Yeah, 126 signatures are on the discharge petition. And on House, this is 46, I believe it is. Pursuant to Section 202 of the National Emergencies, USC 1622. Let me see if this is the link. Just a moment. This is it. 1622 National Emergencies Termination Methodology. Section A1. I'm sorry, I've been saying 1A. It's A1. Okay? Here it is. So we'll go back here and we'll push it in here. There it is. Now what I want you to look at A1, I've been saying 1A, it's A1. I stand corrected. So when you look at A1, it says a joint resolution or, okay, the word or is in there. Or the president issues a proclamation terminating the emergency. It says so right there. Now, my interpretation is that this does not have to go in front of the president. So we need, as we already know, we need to get it in with a discharge petition, which it'll require 218 votes. At 218 votes, we will have passage in the House. That's where the pressure comes in. So misinterpreting or not, I know that it has to be voted upon. I also know that it needs to be passed in both the House and it needs to be passed in the Senate. Okay? Take your own interpretation. If you're a constitutional lawyer and you can read that the same way that I read it, fine. If not, take it for what it is. My interpretation is it says or. And it's a resolution and not new legislation. So, there it is. That's right. So, even if you were saying yes, upon passages in the House and the Senate, it still has to go to be signed by the president. And if the resident vetoes it, then we have to go back to the Senate for an overruling vote. And we need a supermajority for an overruling vote. This is not blind to me. This is not going to be easy. If it were, it would already be done.
I'm halfway across this country. We need to wake people up and let them know this is our number one task. Our number two task is to have legislation, new legislation that amends the September 14th National Emergencies Act of 1976 so that this crap can never happen again. Period. Well, yeah, that's true in normal resolutions and joint resolutions. This particular one says or, and I believe it's arguable. Just saying. So that being said, we already know what happens if it's still got to go through and have the resident do his thing. Hey, have at it. In any case, let's remove the negative side of that and let's just say that let's look at the positive side of that. We have to end the state of emergency. You cannot get your constitutional freedoms to start to restore your constitutional freedoms until you fix that. All right? Once you fix that, then we move on. We move on to bigger and better things. Now, I spoke to Ted Cruz. I spoke with the senator, and the senator had told me that they were already working on a draft form to augment or to amend the National Emergencies Act. They're already working on that. It's working out of the office of Senator Mike Lee. Okay? So let's work on it. That's my number two. Put the pressure on the senators to make sure that a bill is in fact written that will change the September 14th, 1976 National Emergencies Act. And to ensure that either it is amended or the entire act be rescinded and rewritten and re-established. However, those chips fall, let them fall. We have to do this, people. Number three, we hold those that have abused it accountable for their transgressions. Okay? We hold them accountable. Now, that's a kind of a funny word, hold someone accountable. Because I can go back to World War II and I can tell you that many of those that their names were brought forward to the Nuremberg trials in 1947. And I can tell you that many of those individuals, even into the 70s and the 80s, had still not been captured to be held accountable. But what did happen? They were exposed. Immediately exposed. The first exposure, Dr. Anthony Fauci. You expose him, there is no rock large enough anywhere on this planet that he can hide under for his accountability. Nothing. The entire CCP, they can be held accountable. They can be sanctioned to death by many countries. Okay? Just saying.
Just a little bit long on him was what we needed, because we were doing some research and he was gone. Gotta get in the Discord side of things. There's some comms going on there over here. Okay. Because once you do that, we can't read it. YouTube takes it away. Shot then. Oh, good. Good. All right. So the accountability side's going to take decades. These cockroaches that caused this are going to, I almost said the words that I was reading on the screen. They're going to take forever to find. They're going to disperse just like the cockroaches do when you turn the lights on in the kitchen. You have cockroach problem. We have an infestation of those cockroaches in the United States and around the world, and we need to get rid of them. We need to get rid of them. We need to bring in the exterminators. You know who the exterminators are? You and me. We are the exterminators. We are the ones that have to get rid of these people, make them accountable. Okay? However, we can make exposure to their crimes immediate. We have 17 days, people. We are out of time. Every person needs to come together. Joe, you're right. It's we the people. We've got messaging into senators. Let's see, 3, 4, 5:30. So Trump rally is at 8 Eastern. It's 6:30, so in an hour and a half. It's the Trump rally in Texas. Okay. Very good. So I'm sure that we can find that link and put it up in there too. So hey, truck and girl, please don't go that way. That's not right. That's not right that you do that. Love you, but please don't go that way. There are comms going on over here. Come in, associate with the comms, and you'll know what we're doing. Love you too, but please don't do that. And please don't talk like that, because that's not what this is about. We're in this team. You guys are part of this team. Come on in and let's chat. But let's not do this in the chat here. You know, I'm not trying to call you out, but it's here in the chat, okay? So we got to all be on the same page here. Make this flow good. Make it flow right. Okay. I don't have my earpiece, so I can't hear what's happening. But know that, I love you guys, and you guys do a lot for the movement, and I want to continually see progress in a forward way, because we do have a lot of haters out there that attack us. We just all have to be on the same page. Okay? Thank you, Texas. So that, to finish my thought, with the snoring probably in my ear and my pain medicine taking the edge off of that. So let me put this to rest, baby. Research. Okay. My own interpretation of the word "or," okay, is different than the overall stature of what happens in passage of paper, right? If, which is that other two-letter word. There's that two-letter word "or," and there's that two-letter word "if." That's not true. That's not true. Please don't say that. So, and let's take it off of the chat, please. So, the way that we fix things is by the people. This is why the Constitution has "we the people." Right. In this particular Emergency National Act, there are terminating capabilities. And you have to look and see, hey, words are really big. Contract lawyers, when I was in Silicon Valley, would pour through 500-page contracts, big contracts, and kick it back and puke it back for a simple single word: of, or for, or. Okay? So all I'm saying is that there's big things that are going to occur legally over a single word. And the fact that these two, alpha by one, alpha by two, actually are talking about terminating by this or this, a joint resolution of both houses or a presidential declaration, pretty much says they don't have to go to the president for both, to me. I could be wrong. Okay? So we don't need any more. Got your message, baby. Let's leave it alone at that, shall we? Thank you. I've already said, if the president, in my case, the resident, does need to actually take it from the vote and decides to veto it, then we know that our job is cut out for us on the next leg of this journey. It is as simple. Conversation over. Thank you. So, she's sleeping right now. Are you sleeping? Did you want to come and say hi? Yeah, maybe a little bit later here. So, we will need everybody on deck. All Americans on deck. That's what we need. We don't need any more naysaying, but, well, it doesn't matter because they're just going to do what it is they do anyway, because that's un-American. That's not how our book said. That's not what the Constitution dictates. Our Constitution specifically dictates that they work at the consent of the government. They work for us. That's what the Constitution says. So for all the individuals out there that are the naysayers that says, well, they still have to do X, they still have to do Y, they still, so effing what? What difference does that make? Except that we already have a contingency plan. All right? A contingency plan. And that's what we do. We build contingencies to where if that is needed, and trust me, we have talked about that, then we have to know that the next thing to do is we need to get to the senators and create a supermajority. But we'll at least have more evidence of tyranny that will be established along the way. Won't we? I think we will. Hey, Mona. I think we'll have more evidence of tyranny coming out of that, don't you? I think that we will. Because if we manage to get the House, if we manage to get 218 votes in the House, we take it right off of Nancy Pelosi's desk through this discharge petition. Thanks to Sam Graves, by the way. Not letting you live it down, dude. You're the minority leader of the Transportation Committee that this thing is stuck in, and your name isn't even present on the discharge petition. District 6, Missouri needs to rethink you. Get your ass in gear. Put your signature on the discharge petition, Sam Graves. So have everybody in District 6, Missouri, which is everything in northern Missouri, contact Sam Graves' office and say, what in the hell do you think you're doing? Get off your butt and get in there and sign the discharge petition 12 that represents House Joint Resolution 46. And then just after you get the correct number, 92 more of them, go and say, oh, Nancy, let me lift that up. Oh, I see this folder here. It says HJ Res 46. I'm taking that, and we're going to have a floor of a be there, be square. That's what you do. That's what you do. Okay? I'm going to ignore you, baby. Sorry. Just talking nonsense. Need 2/3 for veto. Yeah. Hey, Mona. Now, just so you know, Mona's in here. Mona has November 4th through November 12th. Doesn't require a majority on that 218. I'm not here to debate the numbers that are needed. We know we need 218 to pull it out on the discharge petition. That's what we know. Whatever the numbers are, people still need to call their congressman or their congresswoman and put the pressure on them. Doesn't matter what it is. That's why I say quit putting the negative aspects out and let's just get it done. Anyway, Mona has a convoy of honor, is what it is called. And it is in Branson, Missouri on November 4th through the 12th. Steve Spurgeon, the man who has been on this program and who has also donated songs to the Grey Wolf Walk, Let's Save America, and Wake Up in the USA, of which we're still arguing with YouTube over. Who? Yeah, we just need to keep holding their feet to the fire. That's right. I think, Roy, here's the problem. All of this is for naught come January 1st. HJ Res 46, poof, January 1st. It's gone. Okay. And we got to start over. Trust me, we will, because it'll be gone in the 118th. So this is what people don't understand, is that there's a sense of urgency that I'm trying to put to this. Hey, Douglas. So in the sense of urgency, we don't get people to I hope we get a big turnout too. So we need more people. I mean, come on, 50. I'm looking at the number right here. It says 50. Yes. How did GGAB do that? Ouch. Hey, look, I've accidentally done it. Nobody's holding you for that. I've accidentally timed out. Oh, okay, I got you, Texas. I'm seeing everything, and that's why I'm like, how did that guy do that? Anyway, got you. All right, that was on a different platform. GGAB, got you. GGAB, you're from Canada, I believe, right? So people on the other YouTube channels can see that there's, I think, 4 YouTube channels running right now. So got it. So we've got mod sets that are running on several different platforms, and we're trying to orchestrate all the mods and blah, 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 blah. And hey, I've timed mods out. Whoops, sorry. So yeah, just asked one of them. Yeah, anyway, I won't give her name out. Anyway, let's do this. Let's quit arguing. Let's quit use self-pity. I don't prescribe to self-pity. If we make a mistake, we make a mistake. We apologize. We move on. It's that simple. We got some great talent running on the background side of this. Sometimes it's like herding cats, and other times it works well. Some people get upset at other people. Yeah, hey, we're family in here. People are going to have family arguments. We past it, we get stuff done. Okay? It's that simple. It's the outside individuals who are trying to create chaos that we're up against, that we're trying to get rid of. Wow, she is snoring to beat the band down here. Last night in St. Louis, it was interesting. We had what seemed like a little mini war starting up about 2:50 in the morning. I think we had more than 70 rounds. Very close to Beachy. I'll have his full name and such. I believe I'm meeting him in Effingham, but his name is escaping me. I've got that individual may come and meet with me here in Vandalia this weekend. We'll see. Yeah. Right now I don't have a mod that I'm angry with or have consternation with. I think my mods are the greatest mods around, but we do make mistakes. But we also need to make sure we're all on the same page, because we can't have one set of rules or thoughts about modding over here and another over here. So I'm just saying, just make sure that, oh yes, I am waiting for Soup Mama. Soup Mama has to go past me, so I may have to text Charisse to get to Branson, and then has to come back. So I'm hoping that she'll stop wherever we are at that moment on 40. So Mona, if you're listening, tell Charisse to make sure that she looks where I'm at. Darren, that's his name. That's his name, yeah. And I think Brad is looking to meet up with me here soon. We'll see. So that'll be good. Let's get back on track, shall we? It's easy to get squirrel. Especially with all this stuff going by. So I know, me too. Yeah, please do. She hasn't been in here in a while. Tell her to come in and say hi. Give me a virtual hug. I don't know where she's at, but she needs to look us up. We're here. We're east of the Mississippi. We are in a holding pattern for a little bit. I don't know how long that little bit is, till we can identify what it is we need to do to get to the people. Because as I said before, it was easy when my channel was at 3,000 and 4,000 people watching right now. And now I'm at 47 on one channel. It was easy to be able to say, hey, let's do X, Y, and Z, and done. Thank you, Douglas. I think so too. So we need the people. I mean, here's the equation. We have a constitution that says we the people. We need to have that we the people be the people exactly as it is in these other countries where these people are sitting there protesting. Paris, Italy, I'm looking at the reports. over the tyranny in their government. The government spending their money on the Ukraine instead of it on them. And they can't even buy petrol, gas. Now in Paris, France, they pull into the gas station and a cop is sitting there looking at their gas gauge. If they have too much fuel in their tank, they're turned away and said, you already have enough. But they're going to give billions of dollars to the Ukraine. So they're protesting by the tens of thousands of people. Yes, Gav, 1963. Let me put that up here so that the other platforms can see that post. You see that? How many people on my other platforms agree with what GGAP 1963, a Canadian, I believe, is saying? Because they're by the tens of thousands of people that Paris and Italy right now are protesting in the streets, walking the streets. I almost wish I could superimpose myself walking with them and come out and say, hey, look, Grey Wolf is all of a sudden in Italy. Just to know what the hell I'm trying to do here in the United States of America. Because it's not happening here. And what do I have to do to make it happen here? That's where I had this impression in my mind. 3,000 to 4,000 people on one channel would be enough to be able to tell people on other channels to say, hey, you know what? There's this thing called Walk Across America for Freedom that Grey Wolf's putting on. We need to get with that. Even if the people come from other states, look, in the Congress, people from 5 states left. Hey, I came here, Mississippi and one, Kansas down to Weatherford, Texas, and then came in with the convoy. Gypsy from New Orleans up to Hagerstown. These people that had come from all over the United States to be part of a movement. Where are they now? Where are these people at now? How come we're not continuing the movement? You can come in, spend 2-3 days. Let's grow it. There's a way to do that. Now, I thought that with 3,000 to 4,000 people then, that it would be good. So I left on the 2nd of July thinking that I could just live stream this and it would roll. But I'm touching more people getting out and about. Which is what I intended to do anyway. But I had thought that people would send people to meet with me. And I'm not seeing that happen. But I'm seeing it in other countries. They are making us look like wimps. And Casey Mallory says they're sitting on the couch. They're sitting on the couch and they're waiting for other people to fix their problem. That's what they're doing. Sitting on the couch. How do you get these people off the couch? How do we do that? We have less to worry about, maybe? We have a lot more to worry about. That's the whole point of this. Their impression, I agree with you, Their impression is that there's less to worry about. There are more things to worry about right now in the United States government than in many of these countries that are protesting. That's a true statement. What do you incentivize them with? Is freedom not enough? Is freedom not enough incentivizing? When you lose all your freedoms, what are you? I don't think I want to know the answer to that. I don't want to see it anyway. I don't want to be part of it. I was just going through my passport, showing my admins, flipping through the pages of my passport the other day. Okay. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. I'll be right back. My passport. I want to show you everything. Ecuador. Venezuela. You see that? I've been there. I've seen it before Maduro. Okay? I saw it before the days of Maduro. You knock that off, honey. Huh? Let's come up and say hi to the people. You want to say hi to the people? You just woke up, I know. It's because I got up. Yeah, give me a kiss. Go back to sleep. Okay. Well, that's what they're pushing. We're going to run out of fuel, and we're going to run out of food. Okay? We're going to run out of fuel, and we're going to run out of food. They are pushing this crap just like Venezuela. And I've been all over South America, people. I've been it. I can prove it. I've been all over South America. And I even have my Brazilian visa in here. Okay. So, trust me, you get to these places, and a lot of these places, they're not third world countries, guys. But they don't have the freedoms we have in the United States, and you can see it. I wish I could take everybody's passport away and drop them in Venezuela right now for a month that has a problem with the United States. And then have them come back and go, whoa, what do we got to do to fix this crap? Okay. That's where we've got to fix this problem. And I'm telling you, we got it. I'm telling you, we've got it. It's in the people. So share. Roy, what did I think about Ecuador? I was in Quito, Ecuador. And I really enjoyed some of the people that were, I think, remnants of the Mayan Indians that would come. They would come down out of the mountain. Now, mind you, Quito Airport, I mean, you're way the hell up there in altitude. When you take off out of the Quito airport and you're taking off and you're climbing. About 10 minutes later, you look at the window and you still see a mountain. You'd literally have the buses, and they would literally have people that had chickens and everything else on them by you, and all the buses blowing because of the altitude that they're at. They're in Quito. Every vehicle that goes past you is burning your ass. They don't have emission control the way that we have in the United States. But to see the children that would come up to you when you were out for a walk, and you'd see the mother, and you could see just from their facial features that they're Ecuadorian Indians, and they've got their villages. They come into Quito, and their children, they've got a baby and a papoose, and they've got two of the three of their children that are out there trying to sell you chiclets, gum. And I actually did buy something from them, homemade dolls. So I had bought a doll for my daughter that was a homemade Ecuadorian doll from Ecuador. But they're remnants from the Mayan culture. You'd swear to God they are. I mean, they don't say they are, but they're Indians. They're South American Indians, and I really do believe that they are remnants of the Mayan community, of the Mayans. So, it was like when I was in Mexico, and you know, in certain areas of Mexico, when you're down there and you have the remnants of the 1536 invasion of Cortez. A lot of things went underground in Mexico in 1536. It's just the way it happened. We're letting that happen now in the United States of America. I think we are. So yes, I've been around this world. I've been in the UK. I've been all over the world. Okay. Heathrow. Venezuela. Here's one. Malaysia. Republic of Ecuador. That's U.S. immigration. My U.S. immigration student. These two down here. Paraguay. Italy. Italy immigration. That's Heathrow. And that would have been something from Italy in that same time frame. The Italian government may have been special and come back here. Oh, here. Argentina. I don't know where Italy stamped their stamps out. But Italy. Spent some time in Rome. Brazil. That's the Brazil in my visa. My visa for So that's Malaysia. Yes, dear. You're gonna get down and get something to eat? No, your food's down here. You can't stay there. You're gonna try and stay there? You're just gonna rest right there? Is that it? Damn, I was young in that picture. I was a young buck in that one. Those are the days that had military cut. Wow. Those were the days. Italy's in here somewhere. Anyway, had Italy as well. And Singapore. Well, that was Malaysia. I had that one. You gonna go get something to eat? So, I'm not trying to brag that. I'm just trying to say that I have been around. Okay, I've been around a lot of areas of this world that, trust me, we are doing much better now here. Regina, I was 23 years in communications development, communications design and development. And for a lot of the South American countries, it's kind of funny, but out here on Beachy is a Starlink. Okay. And in the Starlink system, it uses a polar orbiting satellite mechanism. I designed and worked with communication systems that were geosynchronous. We used RCA birds. We used birds up to 21,000 miles equatorial. Okay. But I was a communications engineer, and I was vice president of engineering and operations for a Silicon Valley-based company. So I hired a lot of people, worked a lot of contracts. I worked in more than 150 countries. 150 countries, more than 450 internet service providers, ISPs. So I've been around the globe. I went to Honduras after the hurricane had gone through there and destroyed their communication systems, at which they were still on crossbar, okay, which is the old analog kind of communication systems. And my company donated digital communication systems to upgrade that country to Honduras. And then we had satellite connectivity using geosynchronous birds digitally to these areas that I had visited around the globe. Went to Italy and designed a system in Italy, put a system in London. Have a few folks that are following me on Facebook that used to work for me actually back then. Paris, had systems set up in Paris. So in a nutshell, I hope that answers your question, but I designed and engineered communication systems. I engineered data processing systems for many years using different authentication methodology that today you take it for granted. Back in the late 90s and the early 2000s, you couldn't just take your laptop and just travel, because you would leave here and you would get wherever you're going and you were like, wow, I have a laptop, I can't get down the internet. So you would use something that my team and I designed that would connect you to the internet and allow you to authenticate off of your home ISP. That's what I did. So then you could still get to the internet, even though you were in a foreign country. I worked with companies that are long gone, if you will, AOL, Prodigy. Those were companies back then that needed to have a global presence. And so that's what I did. I set up global communications methodologies for authentication. And then I also ran the operational departments of the operations, the NOCCs, or the Network Operations Control Center. That almost looked like a mini NASA setup that would watch for any kind of global activity that was disparaging to the process of proper authentication. We used a radius methodology for authentication services. We used L2TP type of compulsory tunneling. We used blowfish type of ciphering units, ciphering systems. So Grey Wolf's been around the block a little bit when it comes to comms. 23 years worth. I know databases. I know how they cheat. There's my resume. So I retired in 2003, went back into trucking after owning a small shop in California, telling the California EPA where to shove it. In 2009, taking Big Green, moving back to the area where I grew up in Sun Valley, Nevada, and working in the trucking industry, all of the lower states. And in February of this year, SOS, Roy. I agree. Did da 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 did it da did 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 da 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 did it da did it da da did it. Put an extra Z there for you. We need to get this place. We need to wake people up. Okay. I keep saying it, and I'll say it a million more times if I have to say it. I will. But I gave it up. I've given up being an executive in high tech, making a $250,000 a year job. Out of there. And as of November 21st of this year, my trucking industry's gone. My trucking job is gone. So I've been around. I've been around. I've seen the disparage. I've been in, hey, go to Paraguay. Anybody that really wants to see how shit falls apart quickly, go to Paraguay. Okay? I was in Paraguay. I leave Paraguay and flew from Paraguay to I was in Asuncion. I called it Asuncion, Paraguay. Flew into Argentina, Buenos Aires, actually. Picked up my host, and he had asked me, he says, "Where did you come from?" I had my translator with me. And I said, "We just came from Asuncion, Paraguay." What a pit, Asuncion, Paraguay. It's not the armpit. It's a place where you put the enema. That kind of pit. And that's when I learned that there was a little thing about Argentina, because he said, "Oh, you were in Asunción, Paraguay." And I'm like, "Wow, it sounds sexy when you say it." Put a little bit of flavor of some French and some Italian along with that, a little bit of, with that Spanish. Really put the flair on it. I've got no choice, Joe. I can't afford doing this walk. I can't afford to renew my insurance. I have to sign contracts and I have to put 20% down on my truck in order to just simply produce loads for myself beyond the expiration date of this current contract. So I really have no choice. I don't have the funding to be able to continue my business. I gave it up for this. I gave it up to save my country. The country I love is falling apart. And nobody seems to be doing a damn thing about it. So that's it. That's the reason why. I've been out here since February 21st. And the support that I thought I was going to get, I'm not getting. Not getting the financial support. I thought I could at least get enough financial support to where I could keep my trucking company alive. But when that didn't happen, I had to make the decision of whether or not I can renew. I have until the 21st of November. If some miracle happens and God's grace is given upon me to continue my trucking company, then I've got just under a month to make that happen. If it doesn't happen by the 21st of November, it's done. That's the expiration date. But to renew that insurance requires a 20% down payment. So that's $500, $3,000 just on the down payment alone necessary. To renew the registration on my truck come December 31st is another $1,800. I managed to renew my CDL's medical certificate, so I'm good there. But this country is worth more than that. I'll give it all away to save this country. To fight, to keep those bastards away from our children, to keep those bastards away from our freedoms, from my grandchildren's freedoms, from my great-grandchildren's freedoms, from your great-grandchildren's freedoms. For that, it's a small price to pay, people. Are you talking to me? Is someone talking to me? I guess not. Do I have any more sodas hiding nearby? Nope. Thank you. Okay. Let's get this back on track here. Thank you. Love you. I'm going to come around here and say hi to these people. Huh? it's not the table, it's my arm. My arm. Put you on my arm. Say hi. Let me pull that down. Yeah. Say hi, people. And I'm Freedom Abbey. Freedom Frenchie. Yes, I am. I'm Freedom Frenchie. Yeah. You notice that she has a longhorn skull with broken horns. That's her place. You notice that? Oh, boy, I love you too. Okay. So in any case, folks, the male K-Guardian should be going. I'm getting mail from that box. I don't know what you're doing wrong. Are you putting in box number 719? Thank you, sir. Ow. She just jumped down to you. I'm sorry. I didn't see her do that. Yeah. So, if it was returned, then you must be doing something wrong. Big earthquake is happening. Where's K Guardian live? Apparently, there's a big earthquake in progress somewhere. Yeah, quick, court. So be right back. Huh. Been through that too. 1989 earthquake, San Francisco Bay mentioned in the.
Earthquakes are wild in a truck.
Oh yeah, that they are. Thank you, Giovanna. That's my address. You have to make sure that you use the number 719 or it will get returned. All right. That pizza, but it's going to be Ziploc gallon bags, I'm guessing. So I don't feel one. I don't understand that. Okay. Oh, I don't feel one has an earthquake. I don't know where K Guardian is located at. Probably got the washing machine going in the spin cycle. I don't know. No recent earthquakes in the States. Okay. Okay. Anyway, just looking at comments. All right. So when the shit that's going on, and I'm sorry to use the explicitives that I'm having to use, but you know what? I'm a truck driver, and I turn myself down when I do these live streams. But trust me, I do use the F-bomb a lot. You're welcome, Roy. Oh, it's in Tonga? 5.0?
Where?
In Tonga.
Oh.
I wonder if it's a postage issue. I'm not getting any alerts on the other side of things. So, on the rabbit hole side of things. That's interesting. What do you got there?
Oh.
I'm just checking a few things. Austin, Nevada, 3.4 magnitude. That's pretty small. It's barely doing that. So, and that was 30 minutes ago.
30 minutes ago?
Yeah. This was just recently. So, I mean, this post was put up. So, yeah. So I'm just, I don't want to go on a raging rant, but at the same time, I'm trying to get people to understand that our time's up. People just don't think it is. But being around this world the way that I've been around this world in the years that I've been around it, I've seen when countries are on the brink of destruction. I was in Venezuela before the Maduro time, and I see individuals that I had made contact with there that have either left the country now when Maduro took over. Sí, en Asunción, Paraguay, downtown Caracas, seeing what happened in Argentina, seeing what's happened in South America. This is a continent, this is right south of Mexico. I mean, this is landmass connected to us. I call them my brothers and sisters because they are. People around this globe are fighting for their freedoms, and they're being ignored by our American media. And we are not standing up. We're not standing up as Americans. We are completely being non-American. We should be shoving this right down media's throat. That's what we should be doing. I am trying to deliver the vehicle in which to do that. You're right, Joe. You're absolutely right. Some people get it. Some. Most people believe that something has to happen, but not enough of them stand up to make it happen. You have to stand up and make it happen. Stand with me. I will represent you. I will be at the head of the table for a conference. I will be ahead of the march that goes where it needs to go across this country for you. I will represent you. But you have to come out. You have to share. You have to donate or get people to donate because this isn't free. This movement requires fuel. And we're rolling this down the road, trying to get to people. It's Gypsy. Don't worry, your zapper's over here. He can't zap you.
I know I'm gonna get attacked every time I go in the door like this. I love you. I love you too. Oh, I love you too. Bye.
Casey, yes, I would love. I'm going to tell you right now, the person that I want to see come out and walk with me, even if it's just for a couple of miles, it's Jeff Dunham. And I want him to bring Walter. Yes, I want that. If any of you know how to get a hold of Jeff Dunham and tell him, hey, go walk with Gray Wolf for a couple of miles and bring Walter.
Okay, I said hi.
That would go very well
I said hi.
because I know where that goes. We need people, but we need to find out what it takes to touch people. I'd like to see these numbers get back up to where they were on this channel when I was in Hagerstown. But people think that I was somehow a traitor because of the convoy ending. They think that because we didn't go in and shut down DC, we could have never done that. Common sense tells you that. We could have never shut DC down. We didn't have enough trucks to be able to do that. We had enough trucks to become an irritant, and that was it. People have called me a traitor. A traitor to what? I haven't made any trades since I started this up. Thank you, Debbie Hart. Thank you very much. I'm not a traitor. If I'm a traitor, what am I a traitor to? Explain. I'm a traitor to individuals who want you to follow them that don't have a plan. I will not comply with somebody who can't tell me what the hell they're trying to do. You want to call me a traitor for not following that person? That person has no military history. That person has no achievements. I'm not following that person. So am I a traitor for that, for saying no to that individual? Then it looks like we need to redo what the word means to be a traitor. A coward. I think that everybody that knows me, everyone that saw me in Hagerstown and saw what I did in Hagerstown knows that I am far from being a coward. I stood up to journalists in front of senators, and I've stood face to face and chest bumped some people off camera who got in my face and tried to make something of it in Hagerstown. I was the only one to stand in front of 35 people trying to rock on a bus, and I'm a coward? They're all following the drama. That's what they were doing. Follow the drama. Follow the drama. And I'm not the drama. I'm the realist. I'm not sitting there trying to give you karaoke every night or every other night or whatever the hell it is. I don't even watch those. I don't even watch them. But I can tell you one thing. If you look at certain individual streams before the end of Convoy and then after the end of Convoy, you can answer your own damn questions. Lights came on, okay? But people wanted to follow that drama. I'm not about the drama. I'm about fixing my country. I believe it is a spiritual move. I believe that God will intervene at some point in time. I have said it. I said it to senators. I've said it to many. That there were no politicians in the delivery room the day I was born. They didn't give me breath. The politicians never gave me breath. Only one gave me breath, gave me sight, gave me my hearing, and my ability to survive. Only one. And only that one can take my breath away. Only that one. And it does not involve a politician, unless I fall into their trap of taking an injection of some poison or some other what, or who God knows. I believe that it would take God to change this country. But God needs people that believe that he is the one to change this country. This is a God country. Okay? I got a 15-minute warning. So God bless this country. Okay?
What are you doing?
She's chewing on her foot again.
Abby, stop. On your foot.
I love all of you. And I really, 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 really would like for you folks to start digging in and letting people know, and copying the links, and letting people know that we need to get this done. Okay? So with that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ask Texas to take us on out of here. I love all of you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Texas, take it away, please.
There's a cry of freedom sweeping around the world today. And here we have it all, life and liberty. Still we give the dream away. No more can we afford to stand around, set inside our ways. Wake up in the USA. Wake up in the USA. Help others when you can. Respect your fellow man. Can't you see the times are changing? When priorities are wrong, we've got to stand up strong and rearrange them. It's time that we wake up and see our freedom was never free. So wake up in the USA. You know what you need to do. Don't give up, you gotta push on through. Quit closing your eyes, pretending that you don't see. And if you think you'll just spectate, it's too late. We all live here together, from sea to shining sea. Now there's a cry of freedom sweeping around the USA. No one can take the sunlight or the breeze. No one can turn our blue skies gray. Now everybody join together with me as I pray. Wake up in the USA. Wake up. in the USA. Wake up, you live in the USA.